where ancient prophecies, fierce battles, and timeless legends reshape the fate of the realm. In this special collection, we bring together 3 captivating tales, and as our exploration of these tales comes to a close, a tranquil ambience will play throughout the night, carrying you gently into the welcoming embrace of sleep without interruptions from any ads. And if you enjoy this collection of Skyrim stories, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe to the channel, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. You can now support us on our Patreon, where you get exclusive access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all of these stories. But for now, let's get cozy and step into a world where the mountains hold secrets, the winds carry ancient songs, and the legends of Skyrim await to be uncovered. Greetings, traveler. I am Halvor, a storyteller whose beard has grown as white as the snows of Skyrim. As the winter wind howls outside, come closer to my hearth. Tonight, I'll weave the tale of Ilia and the harp of Vir Thur, a story of ancient music, hidden truths, and an unlikely alliance that bridged 2 worlds. This saga delves deep into Skyrim's caverns, where the echoes of the Falmer's past still linger. It is a tale of discovery and redemption, challenging what we thought we knew about those who dwell in darkness. So, listen closely, for in these words, you'll find not just a story, but a key to understanding the complex tapestry of our land's history. Dawnstar sits on the northern coast of Skyrim, a rugged city known for its port and nearby iron mines. Despite the harsh climate, with biting winds and heavy snowfall, the residents of this frontier settlement have carved out a life for themselves. The city's wooden buildings and stone walls stand as a testament to Nordic resilience. However, even in this community, accustomed to hardship, recent events have begun to unsettle the populace. Strange, unexplained sounds echoing from nearby caves have become a topic of worried discussion among Dawnstar's citizens. Deep beneath the frozen earth, in a network of caves that wind their way through the very bones of the world, strange sounds echo through the darkness. They are not the familiar drip of water on stone, nor the scrabbling of cave-dwelling creatures. No, these are songs. mournful, haunting melodies that seemed to carry the weight of ages long past. Olaf, a grizzled fisherman, with more salt in his beard than the sea itself, first heard these eerie notes while seeking shelter from a storm in a shallow cave near the shore. It was like nothing I ever heard before, he recounted at the Wind Peak Inn. Weren't no words I could make out, but by the 9, I felt every note in my bones. Made me think of all the sorrows I've known, and then some. Word spread quickly through Dawnstar, as it so often does in small towns where gossip is as vital as bread. Soon, others ventured into the caves, drawn by curiosity or the urge to prove their bravery. Some returned shaken, speaking of melodies that brought unbidden tears to their eyes. Others fled in terror, claiming they'd heard voices of the dead calling them to join their ranks. Brina Merilis, the town's imperial-trained guard captain, tried to maintain order and reason, but even she couldn't entirely hide the doubt in their eyes, and her patrols gave the cave entrances a wide berth. As the days passed, the locals began to avoid the area entirely. Fishermen chose to brave the treacherous ice floes rather than cast their nets near the shore where the songs could be heard. Hunters tracked their prey for miles rather than risk passing close to the caves. Children were warned with stern voices and worried glances to stay far away, lest they be lured in by the mysterious music. Theories abounded as to the source of the sounds. Some claimed it was the ghosts of ancient Nords singing laments for their lost glory. Others whispered of Daedric influence, fearing that some dark prince of oblivion was trying to ensnare mortal souls. But the more practically minded suggested it may be some strange effect of the wind through the caverns, though they couldn't explain why it sounded so hauntingly like music. Yet, for all the fear and speculation, no one could deny the beauty woven into these sorrowful notes. On quiet nights, when the wind died down and the moons hung low in the sky, the faintest strains of the subterranean melody would drift into town. Those who heard it found themselves standing still, transfixed, as if the song spoke to something deep within their very being. Ulgarf, the old Nord who ran the mining operation, perhaps put it best as he sat by the fire one evening, his eyes like a distant memory. It's like the land itself is crying out, not in pain, mind you, but in remembrance, as if all the joys and sorrows of ages past have been distilled into pure sound. Makes a man feel small, it does. Makes you wonder what secrets this old world of ours is keeping. And so, the caves near Dawnstar became a place of mystery and foreboding. The songs continued day and night, season after season, a constant reminder of something ancient and unknowable dwelling beneath the frozen ground. To the people of Skyrim, accustomed to facing dangers head-on with steel and spell, this unseen, ungraspable phenomenon was perhaps the most unsettling of all. But little did they know that these forgotten echoes were but the first notes in a symphony of revelation, a prelude to a tale that would challenge everything they thought they knew about their world and its history. In the harsh, wintry landscape of Skyrim's northernmost reaches stood the town of Winterhold, a shadow of its former glory. Perched precariously on a cliff overlooking the Sea of Ghosts was the College of Winterhold, Skyrim's premier institution for the study of magic. This ancient stronghold of arcane learning towered over the modest settlement below. Its weathered stone walls, a testament to centuries of magical practice and scholarly pursuit. It was from this prestigious academy that Ilia now found herself exiled. As she trudged through the snow-covered streets of Winterhold, her pack heavy with books and research notes, the magnitude of her fall from grace weighed heavily upon her. Just days ago, she had been a respected researcher within the college's halls. Now, she was an outcast. Ilia's expertise lay in the study of the Dwemer, an ancient and advanced race of elves who had mysteriously vanished thousands of years ago. These deep elves had left behind vast underground cities filled with complex machinery and automations that continued to function long after their creator's disappearance. Unraveling the secrets of Dwemer technology and culture was considered one of the most challenging pursuits in Tamriel's scholarly circles. However, it wasn't her Dwemer research that had led Ilia's expulsion. Rather, it was her controversial theories about another elven race, the Falmer, once known as the Snow Elves. the original elven inhabitants of Skyrim, the Falmer had a tragic history that fascinated and horrified scholars in equal measure. Centuries ago, conflict with the invading lords had driven the snow elves to seek refuge with their Dwemer cousins underground. But this sanctuary came at a terrible price. Through cruel alchemy and generations of subterranean living, the proud snow elves degenerated into the Falmer, blind, aggressive creatures that now dwelled in Skyrim's darkest depths. Most citizens of Skyrim knew the Falmer only as dangerous monsters to be feared and avoided at all costs. Ilia, however, saw something more. Her research had led her to believe that the Falmer retained far more intelligence and cultural memory than was commonly assumed. They're not mere beasts, she had argued passionately before the college's senior members. The Falmer possess a sophisticated form of communication, complex social structures, and craftsmanship that hints at retained knowledge from their past. Her words had fallen on deaf ears. Archmage Savros Aran, the leader of the college, had dismissed her theories as dangerous speculation. And so, cast out from the only home she had known for years, Ilia found herself at a crossroads. The College of Winterhold had always been her gateway to knowledge, resources, and the respect of her peers. Without it, how could she hope to continue her research or prove her theories? As she reached the town's edge, Ilia paused to look back at the imposing silhouette of the college. Its magical lights glimmered against the stormy sky, a reminder of all she had lost. But amidst the ache of rejection, a fire of determination still burned within her. She would find a way to uncover the truth about the Falmer, to bridge the gap between their tragic past and their misunderstood present. Little did Ilia know that her path would soon lead her to the heart of a mystery far deeper than she ever imagined. Ilia arrived in Dawnstar as winter's grip tightened on the already frigid town. The locals' whispers of eerie songs drifting from nearby caves piqued her interest immediately, while others saw a threat. She recognized an opportunity. Preparations for her expedition were met with a mixture of concern and skepticism from Dawnstar's residents. Thoring, the innkeeper at Windpeak Inn, shook his head as he helped her gather supplies. "Those caves aren't meant for the living," he warned. "Whatever's making those sounds it's best left alone. But Ilya was undeterred. On a grey morning, with snow falling in lazy flakes, she set out for the maze of caverns that honeycombed the cliffs near Dawnstar. Her pack was heavy with equipment: ropes, torches, writing materials, and rations. More precious still were her notebooks, filled with years of research on Falmer culture and linguistics. The cave entrance yawned before her, a dark maw in the white landscape. As Ilya lit her first torch, the flickering light revealed ice-slicked walls and the faint shimmer of frost crystals. The temperature dropped noticeably as she ventured deeper, her breath forming clouds in the stagnant air. For hours, Ilya carefully picked her way through twisting passages and steep descents. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water or the crunch of loose stones beneath her feet. She began to wonder if the locals' tales of ghostly music were just that, tales. Then, faintly at first, she heard it. A sound so subtle, she almost mistook it for the wind. But as Ilya pressed on, the notes became clearer. It was unlike any music she had ever encountered. Haunting, complex, with harmonies that seemed to defy conventional scales. Excitement quickened her steps. This was no natural phenomenon. The intricacy of the melody spoke of intelligence and intention. Ilya's torch illuminated a widening in the passage ahead. As she entered a larger cavern, she gasped. The walls were covered in carvings. Intricate patterns spiraled across the stone, interweaving in ways that reminded Ilya of musical notation, yet far more complex. Some symbols were clearly Falmer in origin, bearing similarities to artifacts she had studied. Others were utterly foreign, hinting at a depth of culture far beyond what most scholars attributed to the Falmer. With trembling hands, Ilya began to sketch the carvings in her notebook. Hours passed unnoticed as she worked, pausing only to replace guttering torches. The music ebbed and flowed around her, sometimes fading entirely before swelling again from new directions. As she studied the carvings, patterns began to emerge. Certain sequences of symbols appeared to correspond with changes in the melody. Was this a form of musical transcription, or something even more profound, a language where music and meaning were inextricably linked? Ilia's mind raced with the implications. If the Falmer had developed such a sophisticated system of communication, it would shatter conventional understanding of their capabilities. This could be the best evidence she needed to vindicate her theories. But the carvings raised as many questions as they answered. Some sections seemed to predate known Falmer artifacts by centuries. Others incorporated elements that hinted at Dwemer influence. What was the true history of these underground passages? As Ilia delved deeper into the cavern system, the music grew stronger. She could almost feel it resonating in her bones, stirring emotions she couldn't quite name. There was a sadness there, certainly, but also a fierce determination and flashes of what might have been joy. Days blended together in the timeless dark. Ilia pushed on, driven by the tantalizing promise of answers just around the next bend. She was vaguely aware that she should turn back, that her supplies were running low. But the mystery of the carvings and the allure of the ever-present music urged her forward. It was during a moment of rest, as she reviewed her notes by torchlight, that Ilia realized the true scale of this discovery. These caves weren't just a refuge or a simple dwelling place. They were an archive, a repository of Falmer culture, preserved in stone and song. As this revelation washed over her, the cavern trembled. Loose stones clattered to the floor. The music swelled to a crescendo, and for a moment, Ilia thought she heard words woven into the melody. An ancient voice calling out across the ages. Then, with a sound like the shattering of glass, a section of the cavern wall crumbled. As the dust settled, Ilia raised her torch. Beyond the newly formed opening, a passageway stretched into darkness. And from that darkness came the clearest, most haunting strain of music yet. With a deep breath, she gathered her courage and her notes and stepped into the darkness. As she delved deeper, the carvings on the walls here began to tell a more coherent story. Her torch illuminated panel after panel of intricate pictures, each one adding to a narrative that spanned centuries. At the center of this tale was a figure named Virthur, a snow elf bard of extraordinary talent and foresight. The snow elves were the original elven inhabitants of the province. They built a sophisticated civilization in the frozen north, long before the arrival of humans. Tall, fair, and gifted with powerful magic, the snow elves were a proud and accomplished people. The carvings depicted Virthur as a respected member of the Snow Elf Society. His music, celebrated in grand halls and quiet groves alike. But as Ilia traced the story with her fingers, she noticed a shift in tone. The images began to show scenes of conflict, battles with the invading Nords that forced the snow elves from their homeland. In desperation, the carvings showed the snow elves turning to their distant cousins, the Dwemer, for aid. The Dwemer, or the Deep Elves, were renowned for their advanced technology and vast underground cities. They offered sanctuary to the beleaguered snow elves, a gesture that seemed at first to be one of kindness. But Virthur, according to the carvings, was troubled. Ilia's breath caught as she deciphered a series of symbols that seemed to represent prophetic visions. The bard had foreseen a great betrayal. The Dwemer's true intentions were far from benevolent. The next panels showed Virthur's attempts to warn his people, his music taking on new, urgent tones. But pride and desperation had blinded the snow elf leaders. They dismissed Virthur's concerns, seeing the Dwemer's offer as their only hope for survival. As Ilia studied the final carvings in this sequence, she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. They showed the snow elves descending into the Dwemer cities, unaware that they were walking into a trap that would alter their very nature. The story of Virthur didn't end there, though. The carvings hinted at a desperate plan, a final attempt to preserve some essence of snow elf culture before it was lost forever. But the details of this plan were frustratingly vague, as if the carver had been interrupted or forced to conceal the true meaning. Ilia sat back, her mind reeling from the implications. This was more than just confirmation of her theories about Falmer intelligence. It was a window into a pivotal moment in Skyrim's history, one that shaped the fate of an entire race. With renewed determination, Ilia gathered her notes. The tale of Virthur and the fall of the Snow Elves was just the beginning. Somewhere in these caves, she was certain, lay the key to understanding the full extent of the Bard's legacy. Perhaps a way to bridge the vast gulf between Falmer's tragic past and their present state. As Ilia delved deeper into the caverns, the carvings revealed Virthur's desperate plan to preserve snow elf culture. The Bard had created a magical harp, a marvel that combined the mystical properties of Falmer tears with Dwemer technology. And it is said that the instrument, when played, could restore some vision to the blinded Falmer for a short period and awaken memories of their noble past. However, the Dwemer soon learned of the harp's power. The carvings depicted their cruel ambition to seize the instrument and use it to manipulate Falmer memories, ensuring their complete subservience. This revelation shed new light on the historical betrayal of the Snow Elves, explaining how the Dwemer had maintained control over their guests as they transformed them into the creatures known as Falmer. Ilia's excitement grew as she realized the significance of her discovery. The haunting melodies echoing through the caves weren't random occurrences. They were distorted remnants of Virthur's musical clues, left behind to guide future generations to the harp. This realization forced Ilia to adapt her research methods. Traditional scholarly approaches wouldn't suffice in this environment. She had to learn to see with her ears, to interpret the subtle changes in the cave's acoustics as potential indicators of hidden passages or chambers. As she attuned herself to the cavern's sounds, Ilia felt a growing connection to Virthur's mission. The Bard's foresight and determination to preserve his people's legacy, even in the face of overwhelming odds, resonated deeply inside of her. With each passing hour, the echoes seemed to grow clearer, guiding Ilia further into the mountain's heart. She knew she was on the verge of a discovery that could rewrite Skyrim's history. If only she could decipher the final clues that would lead her to Vierthur's legendary harp. The flickering torch illuminated a hunched figure in the cavern ahead. Ilia froze, her heart racing, as she realized she was face to face with a Falmer. But something was different. Its clouded eyes seemed to follow her movements. "Don't come any closer," the Falmer growled, brandishing a jagged blade. Ilia raised her hands slowly. "I'm not here to fight." The Falmer tilted its head, nostrils flaring. "You smell of the surface. Why are you here?" I'm looking for something," Ilia said cautiously. "An old artifact. A harp." The Falmer's grip on his weapon tightened. "Those songs, you've heard them too." Ilia nodded, then realizing her mistake, spoke. "Yes, they led me here." A moment of tense silence passed before the Falmer lowered his blade slightly. "I'm Saran," he said, his tone still wary. "Ilia," she replied. "I've never met a Falmer who could see," Saran finished bitterly. "It's why I'm alone. My people don't trust what's different." Ilia took a cautious step forward. "I could use a guide. These caves are treacherous." Saran scoffed. "And why would I help you, surface dweller?" "Because you're curious," Ilia ventured. "About the harp. About why I'm here. Maybe even about the world above." Saran was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he grunted. "Fine. But try anything, and you'll never see daylight again." As they set off deeper into the caverns, an uneasy alliance was formed. Neither fully trusted the other, but both sensed the potential of their unexpected partnership. Their journey would test not only their survival skills, but also challenge everything they thought they knew about each other's worlds. Ilia and Saran's journey deeper into the caverns tested their fragile alliance. The echoes of Vierthur's music grew stronger, guiding them through treacherous passages and hidden chambers. The The melody changes here, Saran muttered, his sensitive ears picking up subtle variations. It speaks of a path beneath rushing water. Ilya nodded, impressed by Saran's ability to interpret the sounds. Together, they discovered a narrow ledge behind a subterranean waterfall. Saran's sure-footed guidance and Ilya's analysis of the musical clues allowed them to progress where neither could have alone. Their teamwork faced its greatest challenge when they encountered a Falmer tribe. "We must pass through their territory," Saran said grimly. "It's the only way forward." Ilya hesitated, her mind racing. "Isn't there another route? We can't just fight them." Saran's expression was unreadable in the dim light. "This is their home. They won't show mercy to intruders." The weight of her research ethics pressed heavily on Ilya. These weren't just subjects in a study. They were living, breathing beings. Yet the pull of discovery urged her forward. In the end, they opted for stealth, using Saran's knowledge of Falmer behavior and Ilya's quick thinking to navigate the tribal lands undetected. The experience left Ilya shaken. As they pushed on, the cave structure began to change. Rough-hewn walls gave way to precisely cut stone corridors. Dwemer pipes and gears lined the walls, many still hissing with steam and turning with ominous purpose. "The Dwemer's torch is heavy here," Ilya observed, her voice hushed with awe. Their wonderment was short-lived. As they entered a vast circular chamber, a grinding noise filled the air. From an alcove emerged a colossus of metal and steam. A Dwemer machine, its brass surface gleaming in the dim light. "What manner of creature is this?" Saran hissed, his limited vision struggling to comprehend the massive structure. The machine's gears whirred as it assessed the intruders. "What manner of creature is this?" Saran hissed, his limited vision struggling to comprehend the massive construct. It was an automaton. Gears whirred as it assessed the intruders. With surprising speed for its size, it charged, forcing Ilya and Saran to dive for cover. What followed was a desperate battle of wit and agility against relentless mechanical power. Saran's Falmer-honed reflexes and Ilya's knowledge of Dwemer weaknesses allowed them to gradually wear down the Guardian. As the automaton finally collapsed in a shower of sparks, they stood panting, battered but alive. Beyond the fallen guardian, on a pedestal of intricately carved stone, sat their prize, Fearthur's harp. Its elegant form seemed to shimmer with an inner light, Dwemer metal blending seamlessly with designs clearly of snow elf origin. With reverence, Ilia lifted the instrument. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a string, producing a clear, pure note that seemed to hang in the air. Saran tilted his head, listening intently. There's power in that sound. Play more. Ilia began a simple melody, one of the phrases they had followed through the caves. As the music filled the chamber, a soft glow emanated from the harp. Saran's posture changed, his clouded eyes widening slightly. The shadows, they're shifting. I can almost... He trailed off, reaching out as if to grasp something just beyond his perception. Ilia watched closely, her excitement tempered by growing concern. The harp's glow was already beginning to dim, the notes losing their resonance. "What do you feel?" she asked urgently. He shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. Visions, flashes of something, places I've never seen yet somehow remember. But it's fading, slipping away like mist. As the last notes died away, Saran's shoulders slumped. It's gone now. Whatever it wasn't enough to restore what we've lost. Ilia's heart sank as the implications became clear. The harp still held power, but centuries of dormancy had weakened its magic. It could stir echoes of memory and perception, but not fully restore what the Falmer had lost. "I'm sorry, Saran," Ilia said softly. "I had hoped." Saran was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "It may not be what we sought, but it's more than what we had before. A glimpse of what once was. Perhaps that's all we need." As they stood in the ancient chamber, the weight of their discovery settled upon them. The harp was both a triumph and a poignant reminder of all that had been lost. Yet, in that moment, as a scholar on the surface, and an outcast of the depths stood side by side. A spark of understanding flickered between them. Perhaps the harp's power had diminished, but the bond forged between Ilia and Saran hinted at a different kind of restoration, one that could begin to bridge the chasm between two worlds, long divided. Soon, Ilia and Saran found themselves grappling with an unexpected ethical dilemma. We can't simply leave the harp here, Ilia mused, her academic mind racing with possibilities. Think of what this could mean for your people, Saran. A chance to reclaim your history, your culture. Saran's expression darkened. And what good would that do? To give my people a taste of what was lost, only to have it slip away again. He gestured around the cavern. We've adapted to survive in this world of darkness. Stirring up memories of past glory could breed resentment, maybe even violence. Ilia paused, considering his words. The complex history of the Falmer weighed heavily on her mind. But knowledge is power, she argued. Understanding your past could help shape a better future. The Falmer aren't just mindless creatures, as so many in Skyrim believe. The debate continued as they made their way back through the winding caverns. Each use of the harp brought new insights, but also new questions. They witnessed firsthand how even brief glimpses of the past could profoundly affect the Falmer they encountered.
Need help?
Finally, as they neared the surface, a compromise began to take shape. Use the harp sparingly, Ilya proposed, not to fully restore what was lost, but to gradually reintroduce elements of Falmer culture. A slow awakening, giving your people time to adapt and understand. Saran nodded slowly. And we do it together. Your knowledge of history, my understanding of our current ways. We could bridge the gap between our worlds. And so, a new partnership was born. Over the months that followed, Ilya and Saran worked tirelessly. They used the harp in carefully chosen moments, introducing snippets of snow elf music, art and history to small groups of Falmer. The process was slow and often fraught with challenges. Some Falmer reacted with fear or aggression to these strange new visions. Others embraced them with an eagerness that was almost heartbreaking. As word of their work spread, it sent ripples through Skyrim. Ilya's research, once dismissed as fringe theories, gained new respect in academic circles. Scholars from the College of Winterhold and beyond sought her out, eager to learn more about the new understanding of Falmer history and potential. This tale of the magical harp and the unlikely alliance between a human scholar and a Falmer outcast became the stuff of legend in Skyrim's taverns and great halls. It challenged long-held perception of the Falmer among the Nords, elves, and other races. Not everyone welcomed these changes, of course. Some saw the awakening of Falmer culture as a threat, stirring up old fears. Others dismissed it as a futile endeavor, arguing that the Falmer were too far gone to ever reclaim their past. But for Ilya and Saran, the path forward was clear. They had uncovered not just an artifact, but a new possibility for understanding and cooperation. The harp's music, though faded, had sparked a harmony between two worlds, long divided. As they stood at the mouth of the cave, looking out over Skyrim's rugged landscape, Ilya turned to her unlikely friend. "What do you think Virthur would make of all this?" she asked. Saran was quiet for a moment, his clouded eyes focused on some distant point. "I think," he said, "he would be pleased to know his music still echoes, even if not in the way he intended." The wind carried the faint strains of a melody from the depths behind them, a bitter-sweet reminder of all that had been lost and all that might yet be regained. In the mist-laden annals of Tamriel's early Fourth Era, there existed a relic of profound and malevolent power, the Ebony Crown. Forged in the shadowed depths of Coldharbour by the Daedric prince Molag Bal, the crown was a cursed artifact, a dark emblem of corruption and ambition. It was said that whoever donned the crown would be granted immense power, but at a terrible cost, for the crown twisted the mind and soul of its wearer, driving them to madness and ruin. The legend of the Ebony Crown was steeped in ominous history and vivid imagery. Tales of its creation recounted how molten ebony was drawn from the heart of Coldharbour's infernal furnaces, cooled in the blood of innocents, and inscribed with ruins of domination and despair. Molag Bal himself bestowed this dark gift upon King Vuldar of the Reach, a tyrant whose heart was as cold as the Daedric prince's own. King Vuldar's reign, once marked by brutal conquest and unyielding power, soon became a nightmare of paranoia and tyranny. The crown's influence twisted his thoughts, turning his dreams into visions of betrayal and his desires into obsessions. Under its dark influence, Vuldar unleashed horrors upon his kingdom, inflicting suffering and fear upon his subjects. His madness culminated in a desperate and bloody rebellion, led by his court mage, Thorthren, who sealed the crown within the mountain, hoping to bury its curse forever. But legends never truly died. The story of the Ebony Crown persisted, whispered in the shadows of Skyrim's rugged terrain. It was a tale of power and peril, a cautionary legend reminding all who heard it of the dangers that lay in the pursuit of absolute dominion. The crown, they said, still waited, its dark power undiminished, ready to ensnare the next soul foolish enough to seek it out. Centuries passed, and the legend of the Ebony Crown became little more than a whispered tale. Yet, as is the way of such legends, it waited with patient malice for the day when it would be found again. In the rugged mountains of Skyrim, where the air was crisp and biting, and the land was both beautiful and harsh, there lived a young Nord miner named Eirik. He was a man of simple means, strong and determined, his hands etched from years of labor in the unforgiving earth. Eirik spent his days chipping away at rock faces, seeking the precious veins of iron ore that promised a modest prosperity. one cold, clear morning, as the sun crested the jagged peaks and cast long shadows into the valleys below. It is said Eirik ventured further into the mountains than he had ever done before. The frost-laden ground crunched beneath his boots, and his breath formed fleeting clouds in the frigid air. He had heard rumors of rich veins hidden deep within the forgotten crags, and his heart thrummed with the hope of discovery. Hours passed as he navigated the treacherous terrain, his pickaxe slung over his shoulder. The silence of the wilderness was broken only by the distant calls of hawks and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. Just as fatigue began to weigh heavily on his limbs, Eirik's keen eyes caught sight of something unusual. A narrow fissure in the rock face, half concealed by a curtain of ivy. Curiosity sparked. He approached the opening and peered inside. The darkness within seemed to beckon him, and with a deep breath, Eirik squeezed through the gap. His boots scuffed against the stone as he descended into the unknown. The light from the world outside gradually fading until he was enveloped in pitch black. He fumbled for the flint in his pack, striking it to ignite a torch. The flame flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the rough walls of the cave. Eirik's breath caught in his throat as he ventured deeper. The air grew colder, and an eerie stillness hung heavy in the space. The walls of the cave were adorned with ancient carvings, their meanings lost to time, but their presence speaking of a forgotten past. As he turned a corner, the narrow passageway opened into a vast chamber. The sight that met his eyes made him freeze in awe. The cavern was immense, its ceiling lost in the gloom above. And there, in the center of the chamber, bathed in a faint, otherworldly light, stood a stone pedestal. Eirik's pulse quickened as he approached, his torch held high to pierce the shadows. Upon the pedestal rested the ebony crown, Even in the dim light, its dark, polished surface seemed to absorb the torchlight, giving off an almost palpable aura of power and malevolence. The crown was wrought of blackened ebony, its surface intricately carved with sinister runes and adorned with cruel spikes that seemed to promise pain to any who dared wear it. A faint, eerie glow emanated from the ruins, casting flickering patterns on the cavern walls. Eirik's awe was tinged with trepidation as he stared at the relic. The air around it seemed to hum with energy, a whisper of the ancient and the forbidden. His mind raced, recalling the old tales told by the village elders. Stories of a crown that brought both immense power and inevitable ruin. Yet, as he stood there, the allure of the crown grew stronger, tugging at something deep within him. Compelled by a force he could not name, Eirik reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold, smooth surface of the ebony crown. The moment his skin made contact, a shiver ran through him, and a whispering voice seemed to echo in his mind, promising greatness, dominion, and untold power. With a deep breath, Eirik lifted the crown from its pedestal. The faint light around it flared briefly. As he held the crown in his hands, a sense of destiny filled within him. The cave seemed to exhale a sigh as Eirik made his decision. He turned and made his way back through the labyrinth of passages, the crown clutched tightly to his chest. The legend of the ebony crown had been reignited, and its influence was about to be unleashed upon the world once more. The journey back to the village was long, but Eirik felt as though he moved with a new purpose. The cold of Skyrim bit at his skin, but he barely felt it. His mind consumed by thoughts of the crown, its dark beauty had captivated him, and the memory of its cold, smooth surface lingered in his thoughts like a shadow he could not shake. As he approached his modest home, nestled among the other humble dwellings of the village, Eirik felt a compulsion, a gnawing need to place the crown upon his head. He hesitated only a moment, standing in the dim light of his hearth, before succumbing to the crown's silent call. And with deliberate slowness, he lifted the crown and set it upon his brow. The moment the ebony crown touched his head, a wave of cold fire surged through Eirik's veins. His vision blurred, and for an instant, the world around him seemed to twist and distort. Shadows danced at the edges of his sight, and whispers filled his ears, seductive and insistent. It is said that he saw visions of himself as a great leader, a conqueror, wielding power beyond his wildest dreams. Eirik's initial fascination with the crown quickly grew into an obsession. He found himself constantly reaching up to touch it, feeling the cold against his skin. And the whispers in his mind grew louder, urging him to embrace his destiny, to seize control and bend others to his will. It wasn't long before Eirik's behavior began to change. The villagers, who had always known him as a hard-working and honest man, started to notice a shift in his demeanor. Eirik, once humble and kind, became increasingly ambitious. His eyes, once clear and blue like the sky, now held a hard, almost predatory gleam. The first signs of his transformation were subtle. He started speaking with a newfound confidence, his voice carrying a weight that demanded attention. He began to assert his opinions more forcefully, dismissing the concerns of others with a wave of his hand. Those who questioned him found themselves on the receiving end of his sharp tongue, and the friendly banter that had once filled the village square grew tense and uneasy in his presence. One evening, as the village gathered for a communal meal, Eirik stood before them, the crown gleaming darkly atop his head. He spoke of grand plans to lead the village to prosperity, promising riches and power to those who would follow him. It is said that his words were persuasive and laced with charisma that was hard to resist. Many of the villagers found themselves nodding along, captivated by his grand vision. But not everyone was swayed. Old Sigrid, a respected elder, voiced her doubts. Eirik's response was swift and harsh. It is said he publicly humiliated Sigrid, mocking her age and wisdom, his words dripping with disdain. And the villagers watched in stunned silence as their once gentle neighbor unleashed his venom upon her. As the days passed, Eirik's transformation became more pronounced. He began to demand more from the villagers, forcing them to work harder and longer hours. Those who resisted or questioned his orders found themselves ostracized or worse, disappearing without a trace. and sinister plots began to circulate, but fear kept most mouths shut. Eirik's ambition knew no bounds. He took over the village's resources, hoarding supplies and wealth for himself. And slowly he began to build a personal guard, a group of loyal followers who enforced his will with ruthless efficiency. The village, once a place of cooperation and community, now lived under the shadow of fear. The crown's influence twisted Eirik's mind further. He saw threats and conspiracies everywhere, suspecting even his closest allies of plotting against him. One fateful night, Eirik's oldest friend, Bjorn, confronted him in the village square. Bjorn had always been loyal, but he could no longer stand by and watch his friend become a monster. "Eirik," he said, his voice filled with sorrow and anger, "this crown is destroying you. You are not the man I once knew." Eirik's response was immediate and brutal. He accused Bjorn of treachery, his voice echoing with the authority of a king. "You dare question me," he thundered. "I am your leader, your savior. Without me, you are nothing." In a fit of rage, Eirik ordered his guards to seize Bjorn. The village watched in horror as Bjorn was dragged away, his cries of protest falling on deaf ears. The village's atmosphere grew tense and uneasy. Those who opposed Eirik's rule began to disappear, one by one. On one particularly chilling night, a group of villagers gathered in secret, huddled around a small fire in the forest. They spoke of their fears, the strange and dark changes that had come over their village. "Eirik was a good man," one said, "but that crown, it is cursed. It has twisted him into something else." Amidst the growing turmoil, one person remained steadfast and clear-eyed. Freya, the village healer. Now, Freya had known Eirik since childhood. They had grown up together, shared dreams and secrets under the vast Skyrim sky. She knew the kind, determined boy who had always been ready to help others, who had dreamed of finding riches not for himself, but for the village. Freya had always been a pillar of the community. Her knowledge of herbs and remedies passed down through generations. She was respected and trusted, a source of comfort and wisdom. But as Eirik's behavior grew more erratic and cruel, Freya's concern deepened. Determined to understand what was happening, Freya began to research the legend of the Ebony Crown. She delved into ancient scrolls, seeking any mention of a cursed crown and its history. One night, in the dim glow of her fire, Freya came across an old, weathered manuscript. It spoke of the crown's creation by Molag Bal, its dark power, and the madness it had inflicted upon King Vuldar. The scrolls spoke of the crown's insidious whispers, how it fed on the wearer's desires and fears, driving them to acts of madness. She realized that this crown was not just a relic, it was a living, malevolent force, corrupting all who dared to wear it. Armed with this knowledge, Freya knew she had to act. She decided to confront Eirik, to try and break the crown's hold. But she also knew that she would need help, wisdom beyond her own, to save her friend and her home. And so it is said that with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, Freya prepared for a journey to seek the counsel of the Greybeards. She knew the path would be perilous, but it was a risk she was willing to take. For the sake of her friend, and for the village she loved, she would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Her journey began at dawn, the first light of the sun casting long shadows over the village she left behind. She carried only the essentials: satchel of herbs, flask of water, and a small knife for protection. The road was long and fraught with danger, but she pressed on, driven by the hope that the Greybeards would have the answers she sought. Days turned into weeks as she traversed the harsh landscape of Skyrim. She climbed steep, rocky trails, her legs burning with the effort. She crossed icy rivers, the frigid water numbing her feet. At night, she sought shelter where she could find it, huddling close to her small campfire for warmth. The howling winds and the cries of distant wolves were her constant companions. Despite the hardships, Freya's spirit remained unbroken. She drew strength from the memories of Eirik's smile, the sound of the villagers' laughter, and the hope of a brighter future. Her journey was a pilgrimage of sorts, each step a prayer for guidance and strength. At last, she reached the foot of High Hrothgar. The ancient steps leading up the mountain seemed endless, disappearing into the clouds above. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the final ascent. When she reached the summit, she was greeted by the solemn silence of the Greybeard Sanctuary. The ancient stone walls and towering arches exuded a sense of timeless wisdom and serenity. Freya felt a profound sense of awe and reverence as she stepped into the hallowed halls of High Hrothgar. The Greybeards, ancient and wise, awaited her arrival. They were shrouded in their traditional robes, their faces lined with the wisdom of the ages. They listened intently as Freya recounted the tale of the Ebony Crown and the plight of her village. Their eyes, though old, were sharp with understanding and compassion. As she finished her tale, the eldest of the Greybeards spoke. His voice was deep and resonant. The Ebony Crown is indeed a relic of great power and great evil. Its curse is not easily broken, but there is a way, though it is fraught with danger and difficulty. Freya's heart quickened. Please, tell me what I must do, she urged. The elder nodded gravely. To break the curse, you must perform a ritual. This ritual requires 3 crucial items. The first is the blood of a vampire, a servant of Molag Bal. The vampire's blood carries the same dark essence that forged the crown. Freya's eyes widened. A vampire? But where can I find such a creature? You must journey to Morthal, the elder replied. There you will find a coven of vampires. Seek out their lord and obtain his blood. It will not be an easy task, for vampires are powerful and cunning. Freya nodded, determined. And the second item, a fragment of the crown's original pedestal. He continued. This pedestal once held the ebony crown, and a piece of it is needed to ground the ritual in its origins. You must return to the cave where Eirik found this crown. The pedestal remains there, its dark power undiminished. I will go there, she said firmly. And the third item. The elder's expression grew even more serious. The third item is an ancient scroll kept in the ruins of Labyrinthian. The scroll contains the incantations necessary to perform the ritual. Labyrinthian is a place of ancient magic and deadly traps. You'll need all your wits and courage to navigate its depths and retrieve the scroll. Freya felt a mixture of fear and resolve. The path ahead was daunting, but she knew she had no choice. Thank you, Greybeards, for your wisdom and guidance. I will do whatever it takes to save Eirik and my village. The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes filled with compassion. May the gods watch over you. Go with our blessings. Freya left, ready to face the trials ahead. She would gather the items needed for the ritual and break the curse of the ebony crown, no matter what the cost may be. Freya's journey to Morthal was fraught with unease. The village was known for its eerie atmosphere and proximity to vampire lairs. The sky above was overcast, casting a perpetual gloom over the marshlands. Mist curled around the twisted trees, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. Freya's heart pounded as she approached the lair. Foreboding cave, hidden in the shadows of the ancient trees. As she stepped inside, the temperature dropped, and a chilling silence enveloped her. The only sound was the faint drip of water echoing through the dark, winding passages. Freya gripped her small knife tightly, her eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. She knew that vampires were creatures of the night, their senses sharp, their hunger insatiable. Deeper into the lair, she encountered the first of the vampire thralls. Humans turned into mindless servants by their vampire masters. Their eyes were hollow, their movements jerky and unnatural. Freya moved silently in the shadows, allowing her to slip past undetected. Finally, she reached the heart of the lair. There, on a throne carved from the bones of his victims, sat the vampire lord. His eyes glowed with a predatory hunger, and his fangs gleamed in the dim light. Freya took a deep breath, steeling herself for the battle ahead. The vampire lord rose, his movements fluid and graceful, a stark contrast to his thralls. "Who dares enter my domain?" he hissed. "I seek your blood, creature," Freya replied, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. "For it is the key to breaking the curse of the Ebony Crown." The vampire lord laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the cavern. "Foolish mortal, you will only find death here." With a swift motion, he lunged at her. Freya dodged, her knife flashing as she struck at his side. The battle was fierce and desperate. The vampire lord's speed and strength, matched by Freya's agility and determination. She remembered the herbs she carried, and quickly she concocted a mixture that would weaken him. As he advanced again, she threw the potion at him, the liquid hissing as it made contact with his skin. The vampire lord roared, his movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Freya struck him with her knife. The vampire lord collapsed, his body dissolving into ash. Freya quickly collected a vial of his blood, her hands trembling with exhaustion and relief. She had emerged victorious, but the quest was far from over. Freya's next destination was the cave where Eirik had found the ebony crown. The journey back was filled with an ominous sense of déjà vu. The memory of Eirik's descent into madness, fresh in her mind. The cave loomed before her, its entrance a dark maw that seemed to swallow the light. As she stepped inside, the air grew thick with the weight of ancient power. The carvings on the wall seemed to writhe and twist, telling the tale of the crown's dark history. Freya moved cautiously, her senses on high alert. The pedestal stood in the center of the cavern. It was a block of dark stone, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. Freya approached it slowly, feeling the oppressive energy pressing down upon her. With a deep breath, she struck the pedestal with her knife, chipping away a fragment. The moment the stone broke, the air seemed to shift. The cave groaned as if in pain. Shadows swirled around her, and for a moment, she thought she saw the ghostly figure of King Vuldar. His eyes filled with madness. Freya didn't linger. She grabbed the fragment and hurried out from the cave, the oppressive presence receding as she emerged into the daylight. The piece of the pedestal felt cold in her hand, a reminder of the dark power it represented. The final part of her quest took Freya to the ruins of Labyrinthian, place of ancient magic. The icy wind howled through the crumbling corridors, carrying with it whispers of long-dead mages. The ruins were a maze of twisting passages and hidden traps, designed to confound and deter any who dared to enter. Freya wrapped her cloak tightly around her, bracing against the biting cold. she ventured deeper into the ruins. As she navigated, she encountered numerous puzzles and traps. Ancient mechanisms clicked and whirred. Stone doors slid and opened shut, and hidden blades flashed in the dim light. At one point, she found herself in a chamber filled with skeletal remains, their bones arranged in a grotesque tableau. Finally, she reached the heart of Labyrinthian, and in a small hidden chamber, she found the ancient scroll. It was a fragile, yellowed parchment.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today I am with the one and only Iron Bibby.
Yes.
Iron Bibby is Africa's strongest man. Most probably in some aspects the world's strongest man as well in his fields. He is 190 kilo, 6'3" tall, and 32 years of age. Tell us some like world records you've got, Bibby, right now. You've got well, you had just lost the Axel Press world record.
Just by a kilogram, but I think I will get back. And I have the record in the world in log lift, so which is 231 kilogram right now. And I also have a world record, Guinness World Record in human press. So I did 82 repetition. With,
is that where you press someone above your head?
Exactly, yeah. 60 kilogram, yeah. In a minute.
Reps. Wow.
In a minute. So I love pressing, and I'm happy to be able to train with the beast today. So let's see how it goes, huh?
You live, is it Burkina Faso?
Yes, I live in Burkina Faso. It's a small country in West Africa. Yes, so, but I grew up there, and I did my university degree in Canada. That's actually where I start to learn how to lift.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, okay. I've actually brought a tape measure with me today.
Oh, really? I'm curious to see.
Just wait a second, wait there. Because I think these are genuinely the biggest arms I have ever seen on a man in my life, ever. So we're gonna get a measurement of how thick they actually are in inches. Like a leg. Oh my God. Right, let's try and do the thickest bit.
Exactly.
Okay, 29 inches.
I didn't know.
Jesus God. Luke, come here a second.
Yeah.
Come here a second. No, just lift your jumper up for me.
All right, man.
35. Nearly as big as Luke's waist.
I'm getting there.
Aren't they as big as Brian's head though?
I think Brian's head's way bigger than that, if I'm being honest. But that is insane. That is most people's waists.
When I was 17 years old, I had a 22-inch when I started lifting. So
32-inch.
biceps, yeah, my
so
arm
they've
always
shrunk.
been, yes. Yeah, when I trained, they just got bigger.
My God. Well, so what's the most you've ever done on dumbbells, do you know?
I only have the 60s at home.
So you've only gone up to 60s at home?
Yes.
So this will be new territory
I'm
to
curious, yeah, it's a new territory.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get warmed up and get stuck into a
no problem.
Dumbbell shoulder
So what
press.
do you do for warm-up before dumbbell? Or you just do...
No, let's do it properly because we're going to go being heavy.
Okay,
so
no
we'll
problem.
get really light dumbbells. We're going to warm the wrists up, warm all the ligaments and the shoulders, everything. And then we'll work up 10 kilo, 10 reps, 20 kilo, 10 reps, 30 kilo, 10 reps. Just keep going, just warm up.
No problem.
Really warm everything up.
No problem.
Okay, let's get it. Is your gym still in the middle of like? I've seen videos of you training in like a junkyard almost.
Exactly. I have my backyard gym, but now I did open like a commercial gym. It's not nice like here, but you know, I have couple equipment now.
Nice.
Yeah. So this is like to warm up the wrist.
Yeah, wrists, elbow joints, so removing the elbows as well.
Wow.
Just getting blood into everywhere.
Yeah.
So you've been training with Darren
Yes.
at Giants
Yes.
Live, doing
Yeah.
all the
I want
Giants
to
Live stuff.
attempt the Hercules old record.
You
But
tried-
Mark is so strong.
He
like,
is so good. He's
yeah,
so
I
good.
don't know how I'm gonna beat him. Maybe I will just go first and probably try to break the record, and then he can break it again.
Do you think you'll still be going in your late 50s and 60s like Mark?
Yeah, I think so.
You reckon?
Yeah, because I still keep getting stronger.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, just again, just
Same
get,
thing.
Can I help you? can I help? Can I help you with something? need help?
You look like you eat my hat.
Thank you.